Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Tonight we continue our deep dive book study into Dion Fortune and Gareth Knight's The Circuit of Force. Tonight we read Commentary C. It's titled Animal Magnetism and Etheric Phenomena. So we're going to get down to animal magnetism and etheric phenomena. We're talking about energy transference. We're talking about the balance of energetic communication and how this concept was studied for the past 150 years or so. All right, so glad to see you. Thanks for joining up. Hope that you get something of value from this, which honestly, if your ears are open and you're paying attention, you will most definitely get something of value. I don't think it's possible to pick up a work from Dion Fortune or the related artists and not pick up something of value. So that part goes without being said. All right, so let's get down to it right away. Commentary C. Animal magnetism and etheric phenomena. Animal magnetism and etheric phenomena. So this part is actually written by Gareth Knight. Let's see what he has to say about this concept. We tread on shifting sand on any scientifically based evaluation of the unseen. Despite all attempts at an objective approach, the assumptions and the evidence, the questions asked and the answers given vary from generation to generation. Great excitement arose toward the end of the 18th century when Benjamin Franklin channeled electricity from the upper atmosphere by the highly dangerous method of flying kites in a thunderstorm. And when Walsh found that electric shocks were given off by certain forms of deep water fish. Then Galvani made the sensational discovery that dead frogs' legs could be made to twitch by the discharge of electricity. In a spectacular experiment, he connected a limb from one of his specimens to a conductor on the top of his house at the height of a storm to show the dead limb violently twitching each time there was a flash of lightning. Imagine like seeing that for the first time. You know what I'm saying? Like nowadays we know that that's a common experiment, but back then that had to have seemed like some kind of high wizardry witchcraft. Reanimation of the dead. Frankenstein. It's alive! Alive! Yeah, that must have been a big deal back then. I mean, it really still is when you think about it, but yeah. Galvani made his sensational discovery that dead frogs' legs could be made to twitch by the discharge of electricity. So it seemed that electricity might be the source of life. And it was but a short step of the imagination to Mary Shelley's novel Frankenstein. Boom, there it is. Where a monster was brought to life from various disparate human parts. Yeah, that makes sense. Back then, like without the studies that we had, the studies and psyops that we have today, if you saw that lightning and electricity brought a dead frog seemingly back to life, even for just a few more moments, of course, the wild imagination of the average person would, you know, start thinking about some Frankenstein type experiments, which I'm positive they tried many times to bring human beings back to life with electricity. This was an added twist to existing folklore of the golem and other man-made monsters. And we're still creating these things, right? The golem and other man-made monsters. And in the field of science, it led to much experimentation, applying electric shocks to ailing patients and even attempting to bring the dead back to life. So yeah, we're on the same train of thought because that's literally what I just said. Ironically, this technique is still in use in a somewhat crude fashion in resuscitation after heart attacks, associated with which there has been a number of accounts of experiences of those who have thus been brought back from the dead. So yeah, we still do that, right? With those, what do they call it? A defibrillator? Where you rub it together and you say clear, and you hit them on the chest with it, and they get that electric shock. The heart starts beating again. More controlled electrical experimentation became possible when Volta invented the electrical battery, and this led in turn to the discovery that magnetism was part of the same phenomena. When an electric current passes through a wire, it produces a magnetic field at right angles to its direction of flow. So if it's flowing this way, the magnetic field is going this way. That makes me think of the ring cosmos and the ring chaos. When an electric current passes through a wire, it produces a magnetic field at right angles to its direction of flow. If the wire is then wound into a coil, the effect is greatly amplified and will magnetize a soft iron core placed inside of it. Thus was the electromagnet discovered, and by whirling coils in a magnetic field, Faraday invented the generator and electric motor. What we now take for granted as simple experiments in school physics were, 200 years ago, fascinating researches upon the very borders of life, and they attracted a considerable following, amateur and professional. These interests also embraced other subjects perceived to be on the frontiers of spirit and matter, such as mesmerism, animal magnetism, odic force, and communication with discarnate spirits and associated phenomena. Dr. Antoine Mesmer. Has anyone ever looked into Mesmer? He was onto something, but with what limited information he had to go off of, it was easy for a lot of people to discredit or discount his discoveries, but he was most certainly onto something. Let's read about Dr. Antoine Mesmer, and you'll see why I say he was onto something. At much the same time as the early observations of electricity, an Austrian doctor, Antoine Mesmer, 1734 to 1815, attracted great attention by effecting remarkable cures by what he called animal magnetism. Animal magnetism. On graduating from the University of Vienna in 1766, he wrote a thesis on the influence of the planets on the human body, in which he proposed the existence of a subtle or universal fluid that penetrated all the bodies within the universe. As he saw it, this corresponded to what Newton had discovered in the principle of gravitation, another force which appeared to affect bodies at a distance. By recourse to his theory, Mesmer explained the periodic menstruation of women and almost all the cyclic crises found in various illnesses. He established a successful practice in Vienna, but faced with hostility from the church, of course, and his fellow medical practitioners, of course. He removed to Paris, where he was patronized by high society, and began to publish works upon the history and practice of animal magnetism. His theories were quite complicated and based on occult theories that some consider stemmed from the influence of the legendary Comte de Saint-Germain, whose mysterious presence and strange powers were reported in the courts of Europe over a long period that extended from as early as 1710 to as late as 1822. However, there were also earlier published resources such as the works of Van Helmont, Robert Flood, and Paracelsus. Mesmer did not concern himself much with details of medical physiology, but kept to general principles. He compared the human body to a magnet, which was also in its way capable of acting upon other bodies at a distance. To maintain the body in a state of health, it was necessary for its internal magnetism to be in a state of equilibrium. Disease was a condition found when these forces were unbalanced. Disease was a condition found when these forces were unbalanced. Chicano 42, peace and greetings. I had no idea they made a movie about this guy. The movie they made of Mesmer was portrayed sweaty. Just looking at him, you think sweaty. Their way of saying etheric, I guess, instead of a nice, sharp-looking man like Saint Germain. I wasn't even aware that he had a movie about him. The principle of any cure, therefore, was simply to apply more magnetism according to the rules Mesmer formulated in order to restore harmony to the flow of magnetic forces ebbing and flowing within the body, although he was also willing to prescribe various standard health measures where appropriate. He considered the left and right sides of the body to be of opposite polarity, like the arms of a horseshoe magnet, and the hands of a magnetic healer were looked upon as conductors of magnetism of the appropriate polarity. Human or animal bodies were the most powerful sources of magnetism, followed by growing vegetation, and iron or glass were the most effective conductors. His methods were very simple, mainly concerned with magnetically touching the patient, either with the hand or with a wand of glass or metal. Sometimes he treated patients individually himself, sometimes assisted by a chain of healthy people linked in a circle about them. Above all, he treated patients in groups, assisted by various reservoirs of magnetism, of which the baquette is the best known, a large container of magnetized water with which he could treat 50 or 60 people at a time. Sheesh. That makes me think of like holy water, right? Blessed water. The effect of applying animal magnetism was often to bring about a sudden curative crisis, sometimes with violent hysterical reactions that would end in some form of trance or deep sleep. Mesmer believed no disease would be cured without the production of some more or less violent crisis, a crisis being the means by which nature endeavors to get rid of the disease. There were two kinds of crisis: a symptomatic one, produced naturally in the course of an illness at more or less extended intervals, resembling the symptoms of the disease, or a critical crisis developed under the influence of magnetism. The aim was to do all one could to get rid of the first kind of crisis and seek out the latter, which would restore harmony to the system. To establish a flow of magnetism in individual treatment, the operator would stand facing the patient, his right side being opposite the patient's left, and vice versa, to set up the conditions for magnetic polar interchange. To establish an initial rapport, the magnetizer would place his hands on the patient's shoulders, sweep them down the length of his arms and to the fingertips, grasp the thumbs for a moment, and repeat this action several times. Can you see that? Then passes would be made from the patient's head to his feet. If all went well, a combination of touching the patient and talking with him or her should lead to an awareness of the seat of the problem. In most cases, it was found the real seat of the disease lay on the opposite side of the body, especially in cases of rheumatism and paralysis. The seat of almost all illness was also found to be below the diaphragm, and the best conductors of magnetism within the body were the nerves, hence the importance of the solar plexus, which was often called the seat of the soul. Interesting that this comes up because last night in our class, we got to talking about, healing the nervous system and Tai Chi and Qigong and certain practices like that, and how they can lead to extended health and an increase in higher quality prana. This kind of reminds me of that. The patient might be magnetically touched either with the thumb or the palm of the hand, or simply a finger, and to touch at a little distance from the actual body of the patient was often found to be magnetically stronger than actual physical contact. Alternatively, a wand of glass, iron, steel, gold, or silver could be used. By means of such a rod, a basin of water could be magnetized by making passes within it, often in the form of an equal-armed cross. The baquette was, in effect, a very large basin containing a number of bottles of magnetized water, which were submerged under more water, or else buried in some conductor such as glass, iron fillings, or sand. Thin iron rods protruded from the baquette, which were used to touch the affected parts of patients. A long cord attached to one of the rods can enable those about the baquette to wrap it around the affected part of their anatomy. They could also form a chain about the baquette by linking thumbs with each other, with each of their neighbors, the thumbs being considered important magnetic conductors. This kind of makes me want to try some kind of experiment at home. Although the power could be increased if they sat in a close chain with thighs, knees, and feet touching, as so to form a continuous circle for the flow of magnetic fluid. If my cousin's watching this, then we're probably going to have to prepare to make our own makeshift version of this for science. Sounds easy enough. Mesmer's public treatments had an imposing and mysterious ambience to them. They took place in magnificent surroundings, in large salons whose thick curtains allowed in only a half light. Soothing music was played, and delicate perfumes scented the air. Sounds like my room. Whilst he himself, in a lilac robe, directed proceedings. Yeah, that most definitely sounds like a ritual. In these public treatments, nearly all of the patients fell into crisis. With some, this might simply be yawning, shivering, weeping, or laughing immoderately. Others, particularly the women, would suffer nervous spasms, contractions, and often violent nervous attacks, rolling around the floor in contortions, drumming the floor with their heels, their fists, or even their heads at some physical risk to themselves. When possible, those in crisis were individually looked after by an assistant to prevent them from harming themselves. But when the number of patients increased, an assistant could be overwhelmed by having to look after 6 or 8 patients at once. Mesmer then introduced padded rooms into which those in crisis could be carried and where they could do themselves less harm. Wow. Interesting stuff, right? I wonder if there's a connection to what was happening here and when people catch the Holy Ghost in church, like back when they really used to catch the Holy Ghost. I don't know if they're still doing that. Do we have any churchgoers in the building? Are they still catching the Holy Ghost out there? Zero the hero. Peace. Zero says it's like doing a diagnostic of the energy body by feeling where the energy is not flowing. Man, this makes me think a lot about how Bruce Lee and Aang from Avatar movie, their bodies become the movement. Hmm. Hmm. Mothra says Robert Svoboda theorized that Bruce Lee died because he prematurely burned off his chi. I am that I am, says Praise Jesus. Peace and greetings. Praise Jesus. Wayne M. Peace and greetings. Praise Jesus. All right. And I wonder if this also is the origin of padded rooms. Who knows? Interesting case though. Um, I know that there's a certain thing that happens when like a group of people get together and everyone's like expecting certain things to happen. And all it takes is like the first couple of people to start, you know, embodying the expected behavior. Not saying that this like was fake or anything, but I could easily see this occurring. Even today, really. To say nothing of the actual energetic um, movement going on here. Cool stuff. So the Marquis de Puysegur, an early disciple of Mesmer who simplified his theories and improved some of his practices, was the Marquis de Puysegur, 1751 to 1825. A distinguished soldier in his youth, a colonel at the age of 27, rising to brigadier general, he resigned his commission during the French Revolution and returned home, where he gave refuge to many who were fleeing from persecution. He was well read in the physical science of his day, understood the physical manifestations of electricity, and regarded animal magnetism not so much a circulation of invisible fluid, but more a state of vibration. His experiments convinced him that the head and solar plexus were the parts of the human body most susceptible to magnetic emanation, and particularly the eyes. An important contribution of his was the discovery in 1784 of magnetic somnambulism, with its accompanying unusual powers. He did not describe many detailed techniques of magnetic passes because he considered thought and will to be of main importance. He also realized that magnetic practitioners varied in their ability, although this might also be dependent upon the practical training and theoretical instruction that they had received. Like Mesmer, he used auxiliary equipment, including the baguette, but preferred the use of trees, which he said already contained their own power and could also be augmented by human magnetism. His favorite was a great elm tree in the grounds of his mansion, with cords fixed to the branches hanging down to the ground, which the stick could wind about themselves. Whilst the most dramatic effects that Mesmer attained were through crisis, which he believed got rid of morbid elements within the organism. De Puysegur did not think such crisis is indispensable. In fact, he described the rooms that Mesmer set aside for his more violent patients as convulsion hells. He considered the true curative crisis to be, on the contrary, a calm and tranquil state. This form of crisis he called the magnetic state, or lucid somnambulism. He observed this for the first time on May 4th, 1784, when he magnetized a young peasant who had been confined to bed for 4 days with pneumonia. He had his patient sat up in a chair to receive his treatment, and to his astonishment, found that after a few minutes of magnetization, he fell asleep in a completely different way from the ordinary sleep. He was able to speak and discussed his outstanding affairs. When de Puysegur saw that these included problems that were affecting his patients disagreeably, he sought to inspire happier thoughts within them, and found he could do this by means of silent mental commands. This came to the extent of inducing the patient to make dancing movements while seated in his chair, simply by silently running a song through his head. From this, he discovered that response to suggestion, even mental suggestion, was a condition of the somnambulistic state. It was not long before anesthesia was discovered, and also the remarkable faculty possessed by sick somnambulists to describe the means of cure for their illness. So we're talking about some type of telepathy here, some type of state that the patient could be in and be ultra receptive to mental commands. Has anybody here ever attempted to share a mental command with somebody and they actually receive it? Have you ever tried that and done it successfully? I'm sure at least one person has. Whilst de Puysegur recognized the advantages that somnambulism can give, he also anticipated some of its dangers. Assuming somnambulism to be a state of crisis and not a particular disposition of the nervous system, he thought that it must disappear with the illness, and this is what he almost always observed. In his hands, the greater number of patients fell into somnambulism, but as their cure approached, the state was obtained less easily until it disappeared completely when the cure was achieved. 0. What is the Manipuraka? What is the Manipuraka? When he was a member of Mesmer's school, de Puysegur had accepted that the human body is polarized and that opposite polarization calmed and similar polarization excited the patient. But later, discovering the importance of the will, he came to the conclusion that this polarity did not exist. In touching the sick at Mesmer's establishment by what were called friendly or alien poles, one calmed or excited them. It is true, but this was because the training caused both sick and operator to think in those terms. In fact, it was all a matter of suggestion. De Puysegur also found that all somnambulists, upon waking, forgot all that they had said, some even refusing to believe that they had been asleep. In one celebrated case, to convince a particularly obstinate and argumentative patient, manacles were forged upon him, which the local blacksmith then struck off without the patient being aware of it, whilst he was in somnambulistic trance. In the course of his practice, de Puysegur increasingly saw the will as playing an important role, and in his memoirs, he summed up his credo for successful magnetism as, check this out, active will toward the good, firm belief in its power, complete confidence in employing it. Well, that's a formula for you right there. Active will toward the good. Check. Firm belief in its power. Check. Complete confidence in employing it. Check. Do you have complete confidence in employing your technique? Do you have complete confidence in your technique? That better be a yes. And if the answer is no, how much practice do you really have with your technique? How much evidence do you have that your technique is effective? You got to get the reps in, right? You got to get the practice. You got to get some skin in the game. You got to test these things. This still flies even today. Active will toward the good. Because in a world with free will, where you can do whatever you want, why be a jackass? I mean, you can do what you want, of course, but active will toward the good. Firm belief in its power. Firm. Do you have firm belief in what you're working with? And I think that last one is most important. Complete confidence in employing it, because how are you going to initiate something and have doubt? Like, why even do it if you're going to doubt it? That's the real self-sabotage. Doubt. But anyways, that's what de Puysegur had seen and summed up as his credo for successful magnetism. Zero says that spiritual authority. Exactly. Right? Exactly. Mo man, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Monica Lawan, good evening. Was hoping to hear from you last night, but I suppose that you had some things going on. Hope you're having a good evening tonight. According the will, such an important role, his procedures were often rudimentary, for he attached no great importance to them. The magnetized tree and the baquette were eventually abandoned, although he retained a high opinion of the curative effect of magnetized water and gave it to patients to drink. Yeah, Honestly, I want to experiment with that. I want to experiment with magnetized water. Um, Me and my cousin have been experimenting with condensing energy into objects and giving them to people. You know, just to kind of really test out if we can really do this as effectively as we think. But yeah, we've been experimenting for the past couple of weeks with energetically charging objects, and yeah, it's funny. I don't want to go into detail, but it all started when someone gave a voodoo cursed item to a loved one with very bad intentions, and we happened to intercept that object, and the spirit that was attached to that object, um we didn't banish it, or you know, we actually added it to the roster and had it teach us about how to energetically charge objects. So we've been practicing with that. I think the next natural step for us is to you know, start working with consumables like water. But yeah, you know, this is mentioned in Initiation to Hermetics, and I'm sure this isn't much different from simply praying over your food. Deleuze. Another important figure in the field of animal magnetism was Deleuze, 1753 to 1835, librarian at the Museum of Natural History, whose works included a history and a practice of animal magnetism. He lived not far from Puissigur's country establishment, and when he first heard of the remarkable cures associated with the place, refused to believe them, as they appeared to be pure folly beyond all common sense. Dang. However, after one of his friends had gone to see Mesmer and reported favorably on the subject, he decided to investigate for himself. At de Puissigur's establishment, he found several people, one of whom was sick, forming a chain. He joined the chain and soon saw the patient fall asleep, and did so himself. On returning home, he tried magnetizing himself, obtained satisfactory results, and having been convinced from then on, devoted himself passionately to the study and practice of this subject. Yeah, man. He is the most cautious of early writers on magnetism, as he concentrates upon facts and observation rather than speculative theories, and writes up either what he has seen himself or has received from those he considers worthy of trust. He shows the similarity of results in experiments undertaken in different times and different countries and by those of differing opinions, and assumes illusion in all cases where this is likely. Valara Ravana, peace and greetings to you. Welcome, welcome. Hebrew 13, peace and greetings. Peace, peace. Kevros, SS God, peace and welcome. Today was a good day. He thought Mesmer's theories obscure, too complicated, and not in agreement with several physical principles. Although he admitted that a universal fluid might be the cause of major phenomena, he could not accept that anyone had the power to direct it over great distance. Wait, although he admitted that a universal fluid might be the cause of major phenomena, he could not accept that anyone had the power to direct it over great distances. Although although the human body might be polarized, if the polarity could be changed, destroyed, or reinforced, then he thought it might just as well not be taken into account. Mm. In this, he was a disciple of the Marquis de Puysegur, who admitted neither human poles nor the influence of the stars. He differed from de Puysegur, however, by insisting on the paramount importance of the will, which he considered would obtain effects without need for belief. I like that. Insisting on the paramount importance of the will. The will, which he considered would obtain effects without need for belief. Lady Justice, peace, mesmerizing, right? Good evening. Good evening. Despite his emphasis on the importance of will, Deleuze also placed great emphasis on techniques, which, he said, should vary according to the nature of the illness being treated. He admitted, however, that the techniques he used were not indispensable, for he knew good magnetizers who obtained results by different methods. In a simple style, he described techniques precisely, showing the advantages of each one, with diverse considerations and precautions in the light of common sense. Like the Marquis de Puysegur, he attached great importance to the state of somnambulism and gave much useful teaching on how to obtain it and how to follow it up. His instructions are valued by schools of magnetism in France to this day. To this day! That's an interesting thought, that there are still schools of magnetism being taught to this day. Yeah, man. Yeah. He particularly advised that magnetism be practiced only between members of the same sex on account of other sympathies that might be aroused by the process. Should it be necessary that a man magnetize a woman, he prescribed detailed rules of conduct. He considered magnetized water to be one of the most powerful curative agents that one can employ, capable of producing remarkable results. See, that's why I want to experiment with it. His method for magnetizing water was to take a vase or vase containing it and make passes alternatively with each hand from top to bottom. All right, he's dropping the game, dropping the science on how to do this. Phoenix Wolfette, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Hope you're having a great evening. His method for magnetizing water was to take a vase containing it and make passes alternatively with each hand from top to bottom. Magnetic fluid could also be introduced to the water through the opening of the vase by making passes towards it with the finger ends. One might also breathe on the water or stir it with the thumb. To magnetize a glass of water, it was sufficient to take the glass by the bottom in one hand and project magnetic fluid from the other hand down through the glass. I think I've got an empty vase. An empty vase that I use for white roses. A procedure he preferred in magnetizing a bottle of water, if he was sure the practice was not disagreeable to the patient, was to put his mouth over the opening and breathe into the bottle, balanced on his knee, whilst making passes with his two hands over its whole surface. He believed this procedure highly effective, although it was not absolutely necessary, as magnetism could be achieved simply by use of the hands. A carafe of water could be magnetized in 2 or 3 minutes, a glass of water in 1. These methods were, of course, quite useless if not employed with close attention and determined will. Okay, so there's some instructions right there. They even gave you the expected time frame, right? A glass of water, you can do that in 1 minute. A large container of water might take you 2 or 3 minutes. I suppose what is understood doesn't need to be said. I guess that was some telepathic communication there. Let's continue. He also recognized that different objects could be magnetized, acting as storage conductors and producing magnetic effects upon those with whom they were in rapport. These included linen or cotton handkerchiefs, leaves from trees, and plates of glass, gold, or steel, which, placed at the seat of discomfort, would serve to ameliorate it. Ameliorate. All right, we're gonna have to stop and look that word up because I could not tell you what ameliorate means. So we're gonna look that up. Let's take a trip on down to Google, or should I say DuckDuckGo. And look up ameliorate. To make or become better. To improve. To ameliorate. All right, that was easy enough. So let's run it back just a bit now that we know what ameliorate means. All right, so you recognize that different objects could be magnetized, acting as storage conductors and producing magnetic effects upon those with whom they were in rapport. These included linen or cotton handkerchiefs, leaves from trees, plates of glass, gold, or steel, which, placed at the seat of discomfort, would serve to ameliorate it, to make it better. He had often seen magnetized booties. What is going on here? He had often seen magnetized booties produce a warmth to the feet not obtainable in any other way, conserving their property over 4 or 5 days before needing remagnetization. So booties can hold magnetization for about 4 or 5 days before needing a recharge, before needing a re-up. They couldn't find a different word for that? He had often seen magnetized booties produce a warmth. All right, Gareth Knight. Now y'all playing. You ain't that old to be using that word. Yeah, let's go ahead and continue to the next page, Mothra. He observed how employing a chain of people could be very efficacious, but required certain conditions not always easy to fulfill. It was absolutely necessary that 1. All those composing it should be in good health. 2. They all take a sympathetic interest in the sick person. 3. None of them tried to introduce their own ideas to the unanimous action, be it for curiosity or any other reason. Fiat Lux says that booty is weak if it can only hold magnetic for 3 days. Hey, man. Don't underestimate the power of magnetic discharge. All right. The booty goes through a lot in a day. 3 days is plenty. You show me one that can hold a charge for 4 or 5 days. You show me a week long booty charge. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. Lady Justice says Eliphas Levy's astral light is the exact same cosmic force that Franz Mesmer called animal magnetism, the one primary substance in the universe, ether. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm under the inclination to believe that we're also talking about something called prana. Prana. Even though prana is an umbrella term. But yeah. That astral light has been talked about. Yeah, even with Ophiel and what's his name? Butler. Butler, yes, W.E. Butler. Yeah, we're on the same thing here. 3 days max. 3 days max. So once again, when we're talking about dealing with a chain of people, right? A group of people. And how that type of work, could be desirable for its bonus effects, right? Having a group of people focused on the same intent, using their magnetism. Yeah. I think that would, man, that takes it to so many different questions, right? Because you think about these sports games that have all those people in the stadiums charged up and focused on the center of that field. Because right, there's still, right? You've got, I don't know how many people fit in a stadium. I'm sure it's like thousands or what. I don't know how many people, but a lot of people, right? And everyone's focused on that field. And they simplify their focus to 2 teams. You're either rooting for 1 team or 2 teams, but really it's one game. So like you have all these people, millions of people around the world focused at the same time. It reminds me of Dragon Ball Z, where Goku is asking the world to give their energy for that spirit bomb. No wonder there's so much money in sports and entertainment, because of all the magnetic focus that's being sent towards the performers. But he says here, he observed how employing a chain of people could be very efficacious, very useful, very beneficial, but required certain conditions not always easy to fulfill, especially that third one. He said it was absolutely necessary that all those composing it should be in good health. They all take a sympathetic interest in the sick person, so everybody's focused on the same objective. And 3, none of them try to introduce their own ideas to the unanimous action, be it for curiosity or any other reason. In other words, it was important for all to be of one mind in one place. Or as I say, we need everybody on one Honda Accord. On one accord. Jason 1734. Peace and greetings, my friend. Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. Good morning. Lady Justice says prana and chi are the biological reflections of the cosmic ether, astral light, within the human body, e.g. air or ruach, intelligent energy. Intelligent energy. Oh man said, like you said, sports. Yeah, man. all of this energy, magnetism, prana, whatever that we have, we've got so much of it. We really do. I think that abundance is natural. And we have this inner need to give it away, don't we? We have this inner need to give away large portions of our life force, whether it's sports or music or movies or drama with other people, or I don't know, whatever we all of us engage in certain things. I mean, sure, money is made to be spent, prana is meant to be spent, right? Energy is meant to be burnt, sure. But think, before we do any of that, we have so much. We really do. I wonder what would happen if we readjusted our energetic bank account, our energetic finances, and took some of that prana away from the sports ball game and focused it on cultivating a sophisticated inner awareness. Nah, the game's on tonight. How many times can you see somebody run that ball up and down up and down the court? How many times can you see somebody run that ball up and down the court, man? But hey, what do I know? I've never been interested in it, so I don't know. There's probably more to it. Stephen Nunez says Reiki, astral light, Ashe, prana, Holy Ghost, ether, fifth element, ka, breath, air, invisible helpers. All that. All that. Slide, peace and greetings, man. Peace and greetings. How many times can you watch that ball run up and down that court in different colors? Zero says, I think we can really become Shiva in the sense of becoming the embodiment of nothingness, as the rishis do. I think so too, right? But like I said, it would definitely take some inner what's the word? Remodeling, reconfiguration of how we're managing what we have. The deeper I go down this rabbit hole, man, the more that I'm seeing it's not about attaining anything. It's really about letting as much go, letting the things go that block you or stagnate you. A lot of us are holding on to things that need to be let go of, whether they're beliefs, whether it's physical stuff. It's not that we need to get more things. It's that we more than likely probably need to get rid of some things. Lady Justice says Israel Regardi completely bridged our ongoing conversation by acting as the primary historic link between Western occult magic and Wilhelm Reich's somatic therapies. Reich, orgone energy, orgasm based. Mm-hmm. Okay. He recommended that the chain be ranged in a circle, including the sick person, joining hands by means of holding the thumbs. The magnetizer formed part of the chain, but to enable him to make passes with his hands, the two persons on each side of him could place their hands on his shoulders or knees. If the magnetizer wished to work from the center, his immediate neighbors should approach the center too, so that the chain is not broken. Magnetism has always been explained by recourse to current physical theories, and Deleuze possessed the notions of his day. When several invisible fluids were emitted, heat was the result of a calorific fluid emanating from a warm body. Light was luminous fluid. Electrical and magnetic phenomena were explained by two fluids acting one upon the other by attraction when the opposite pole and repulsion when of a similar pole. Supported by these hypotheses, the human body was seen as the focus for an animal magnetic fluid that could be directed by the will. Normally, this magnetic fluid escapes continually from us and forms an atmosphere around the body, but having no point of polar discharge, is not felt by those around us. But when our will propels and directs it, it can act with all the force with which we impel it. While convinced of the importance of religion, Deleuze was no mystic, and if he sometimes advised recollection and prayer, it was in order to concentrate the mind on the forces and direct them better. Above all, the magnetizer must be in good health and of irreproachable morals. Yet magnetism was no mystery, and it could be explained by the laws of physics. Man simply possessed a fluid that could be directed by his will and which could powerfully augment the healing forces of nature. Even so, magnetism was no universal panacea and should be used in conjunction with normal medicine. Normally, this magnetic fluid escapes continually from us and it forms an atmosphere around the body, but it has no point of polar discharge and it's not felt by those around us. But when our will propels and directs it, it can act with all the force with which we impel it. It makes me think about some things. However, the lucidity of the somnambulistic state could be of great service, particularly when the somnambule talks about his illness during treatment. No experiment should be practiced simply for the sake of curiosity, for the whole attention of the magnetizer must be on the treatment, of which the sole end is the cure, or at least the relief of the disease. He considered that magnetic treatment was not needed for those in good health, for fluid in natural circulation has no need of extra force. He wanted above all to see magnetism practiced in the family as a system of home remedy and outside of man and wife, practiced only between those of the same sex. Aww. All right, time for some more caffeine. BRB. BRB. Oh, wow, this is a long chapter. Holy cow. Oh, my. I'm going to have to bust this one down in half. All good? All good. Y'all ready to already know. All right, all right, all right. Mothra asks, Travis, how does sexuality fit into rising above the elemental influence? Well, I mean, I guess with that question, you'd have to get a bit more specific, you know what I'm saying, as far as what aspect of sexuality, because, I mean, sexuality in itself, it's just another thing like eating food, you know, like say how, we could say how does eating food fit in rising above the elemental influence? And for that, you know, the answer would be the fact that the human body requires sustenance and nutrition. Knowing that that's a requirement, you would fit it into your life in a way that's useful and appropriate, a way that makes sense. Um, which means that not using food and gluttony as a response to some type of emotional overwhelm, because some people eat when they're stressed out. Some people run to food when they're stressed out. And that's elemental influence. Um, knowing that you operate a human vehicle that requires food, that is something that must happen. And as long as it's fit into the schedule in a balanced way, then it serves the whole program. Same thing can be said about sexuality. Um, sexuality, there are aspects of sexuality that is required by the human psyche. And as long as it is managed in a way that is balanced and fits in the whole program, you know, and not a trauma response, because some people do use sex as a uh, you know, way to avoid the pain of trauma. Everything under will, love under will. Everything must answer the question, is it useful and appropriate? Chicano 42 says, in one of your study groups, one of the members of the Magus Society said, if your man ain't doing breathing exercises, he ain't reaching that high level. That stuck with me. Very true. Very true. That's another thing we were talking about last night as well. These breathing exercises serve to be one of the most certain ways to increase the quality of prana that we're dealing with. And all of us have just enough prana to do the stuff that we do on a normal daily basis. And if we want to do something bigger, better. Many times that requires a better quality of prana. Zero says, yes, you have totally right, Trav, because when we were kids, our perception of reality was completely different. I know memories trick you, but I can agree because you're just being the chi itself, right? We learned to become the adults that we are today. Lady Justice, I'll have to write, well, yeah, I did write that down. New Wings for Daedalus, Wilhelm Reich, His Theory and Techniques by Israel Regardie. Yeah, I've got that on the list. Thank you. This is how you prepare for being in good health. Gotcha. Framestar Films, peace and greetings. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, useful and appropriate, right? And also, right? Like I said, because the main thing boils down to the story behind why we do anything. Some people might indulge and chase and lust as a response to trauma, and some people might also starve themselves, or you know, abstinate or whatever, for the same reasons or for similar reasons. But everything must be useful and appropriate. Everything must come from a balanced will. A balanced will. Sly says there's this fire concept from Book of Thomas. Fasting really means to fast from illusions, not food. Sacrifice. Sacrifice is energy exchange. What are you exchanging? All right, where are we at? I think we're on this page, aren't we? Oh yeah, we're at the top. Okay. Baron du Potet de Sennevoy. Following upon these three pioneers, Mesmer, de Puysegur, and Deleuze, one of their most successful 19th century successors was Jules Denis, Baron du Potet de Sennevoy, more succinctly known as du Potet. His career as a magnetizer began in quite spectacular fashion in 1820 in front of Dr. Husson, the head of the Hotel Dieu Hospital. The doctors at this establishment not only denied that magnetism could affect any cures, but doubted its very existence. However, Dr. Husson declared that if any magnetizer presented himself, they would put his power to the test. The next day, a young medical student put himself forward and was given the case of a young woman reduced to a state of exhaustion by constant vomiting, which nothing would allay. Damn. She was brought in on a stretcher and was magnetized for about 20 minutes, after which the vomiting stopped. The doctors were not convinced, but agreed to further experiment along these lines. After several more treatments, she went into a somnambulistic trance, after which an appreciable improvement was declared. 4 weeks later, the patient was able to leave the hospital in a much more satisfactory condition, and a report was drawn up describing the case. The student in question was Dupotet. Like Deleuze and de Puységur, Dupotet recognized that the effects of magnetism came from two different causes, one material and the other in the mind. But magnetizers have never been able to agree on which is the first or most important cause. The majority favor a material action transmitted from one individual to another by an unseen fluid from the human body under the direction of the will. Others do not admit the existence of this fluid and claim that all effects are achieved through the action of the mind. Dupotet tried to reconcile these two positions, considering the more usual phenomena to be due only to the transmission of magnetic fluid, but that phenomena of a higher order were more directly due to the lucid somnambulism brought about the action of the mind. At the beginning of his career as a practitioner, he leaned towards the material explanation, but later in life placed more importance upon the action of the mind. Dupotet describes few techniques and hardly mentions passes, for if the will is the principal factor in directing magnetism to the patient, then precise details of actual gestures are of little importance. He even considered forms of massage to be only a degenerate form of magnetism. He magnetized his patients individually, but on occasions, when he treated a group, he did not form them into a circular chain like Mesmer or Deleuze, but put them in Indian file, seated one behind the other. Makes me wonder, and I'm sure that this does happen, right? Perhaps people that do a lot of perhaps there are some successful live speakers that practice this type of magnetism on their audience. No matter what the topic is about, it could be about potatoes and rutabagas. But I could imagine somebody employing this type of magnetism on the audience. I don't know what it is about them, but that show sure was great. Can you see it? He employed magnetized water, but attached no very great importance to it. In magnetizing it, he considered it necessary simply to hold the vase of water between the hands and apply thought to it. So far, we're going through this chain of lineage, this family tree of animal magnetism, from Mesmer to de Puységur to Deleuze and now to Potet. And we're noticing that all four of these people were very successful, even recognized by the more literal, empirical professionals of their time. And we see that there's a little bit of a difference in how they explained what they were doing. Some believed that it had more to do with consciousness, right? The will. And some believe that it had more to do with matter or the actual gestures and, body movements, things like that. So that's where we are so far. He employed magnetized water, but attached no very great importance to it. In magnetizing it, he considered it necessary simply to hold the vase of water between the hands and apply thought to it. And see, like that, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what me and my cousin have been practicing really heavy the past couple of weeks. In fact, I'm sure that many of you all have practiced this type of thing. You might not have called it magnetism or animal magnetism or whatever, but I don't know. I think that it would be a safe bet to say that many of you have also practiced what's being described in this chapter here. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Hmm. Looks like I've got another one to add to this list here. Just gonna write that down. Mm-hmm. All right. Lady Justice says an animal's nervous system is simple. When it experiences trauma, it will shiver and shake it out of its nervous system. We hold on to it. Our mind-body compartmentalizations. Yep. And that creates long-term effects. Deep effects. Gotta love it. So I know that this whole nervous system regulation thing has become a popular buzzword over the past couple of years. It looks like nervous system regulation is a mandatory precursor to, what you could call high magic, what you could call the part of the magical practice where you're really focused on integrating with your higher self. Nervous system regulation seems to be a mandatory checkpoint. Before we were saying things like, oh, shadow work, but really what we're dealing with is nervous system regulation and neutralizing those long-term echoes that trauma has brought. Cage 5. Listen, you're gonna have to let me know how to pronounce that. I don't know if that's actually your name or a name, but welcome to the live stream. We're on page 129. If you have the book, which I'm sure you do, which is why you're asking. Mothra says, yeah, I mean, the nervous system is the tool of magic after all. Absolutely. That is your direct contact with the so-called outside world. Lady Justice says, Reich called this body armor. He wanted us to breathe into that trauma release. There's also a physical technique called TRE, trauma release exercise. Trauma release exercise. All right, so he employed magnetized water, but attached no very great importance to it. In magnetizing it, he considered it necessary simply to hold the vase of water between the hands and apply thought to it. The thickness of the vase being no impediment to the magnetism, although if the vase had a large enough opening, one could make passes with the fingers a little way above the surface of the water. 3 or 4 minutes should be sufficient to magnetize a liter of water. Michael Thomas, peace. Michael Thomas says, peace, Trav. I've been experiencing a lot of rapid changes, man. I don't want to talk too much, but I stay focused on what you say, how you say it, and then I try to personalize it in my own way. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Eyes on the goal. Eyes on the goal. Maintain your frame. Good to see you. Razi L 108. Peace. Raziel says, blessings, Trav. Glad to have made it to another live. Welcome. Valara Ravana says, even in the Neville Goddard and manifestation community, nervous system regulation is major key. Yeah. That so has to be at least approached, at least considered. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I can see. Cage 5 says, it's not my name, was supposed to be my throwaway account, but ended up keeping it for surfing YouTube. Everything here is out of my understanding, but trying to catch up. I messaged you for coaching. Absolutely. Okay. All right. I didn't get through all of the applications yet, but I will 100% get to you. For sure. All right. So, Epistemosnosis, Houston. Well, that's a major synchronicity for me right there. Houston. Peace and greetings. Whatever his theories as to its action, Dupotet seems to have been admirably gifted as a magnetizer, possessing a very high degree of medical intuition. That is to say, an instinct for diagnosis and prognosis that seemed superior to reason. He practiced and taught with an apostolic fervor, sometimes mystical, always enthusiastic and persuasive, and with a highly poetic style. He violently attacked a priest and doctor, not always without good reason. For him, magnetism was a truth of nature, long misunderstood, which should now be generally recognized to the great benefit of all who suffered. It was the medicine of the future, and one of the most powerful means of healing that nature had given us. He wrote a major work on magnetic therapy and 20 volumes of a journal of magnetism, besides various other treatises and monographs. He was a great advocate of the importance of the somnambulistic state and the remarkable faculties sometimes developed under it. And although he admitted that magnetism was not a universal panacea, he insisted that if it could not cure all illnesses, it could certainly cure a great number of them, particularly when all ordinary medical means seemed to have failed. Now let's move on to Charles LaFontaine. We're looking at this family tree of animal magnetism. Another great 19th century figure in the annals of magnetism was Charles LaFontaine, who, after studying the work of Deleuze and de Puysegur, devoted himself seriously to its practice, traveling all over France, giving public demonstrations, and curing the sick. In 1841, he came to England, where he met Braid, the discoverer of hypnotism. Yes, you know this stuff is like 100% in the DNA of NLP and related practices. In 1841, he came to England, where he met Braid, the discoverer of hypnotism, who attended to observe at least one of his theater performances. He returned to France in 1848 and then left for Italy, where he was granted an audience with the Pope Pius XI, who helped and encouraged him. He returned to France in 1851 and eventually spent the rest of his days in Geneva. He contributed little to the theory, and his works are mainly summaries of observations rather than didactic works. He was convinced of the emission of a magnetic fluid that he considered to be a physical agent, closely akin to physical magnetism. He eschewed supernatural theories and sought above all to demonstrate and propagate magnetism by way of experience. He believed that will played an important part in magnetization, in serving to make the magnetizer more efficient, but not in the sense of imposing his will upon the patient. He also attached great importance to the somnambulistic state. With its curious and diverse phenomena, he describes it often as a singular mode of consciousness that is neither waking, nor sleeping, nor dreaming. The somnambule enjoys the fullness of his faculties. His intelligence is often greater, his perceptions more delicate, and sometimes he demonstrates faculties that he does not ordinarily possess. These may include seeing at a distance without the help of the eyes. We talking some some cyclomancy stuff right now. These may include seeing at a distance without the help of the eyes, prevision of events, knowledge of hidden things, and an instinct for remedies. Through this last faculty, the somnambulist can be of great help to the magnetizer, directing the treatment in certain complicated cases. It is, however, necessary to allow the somnambulist the freedom of his own perceptions. It may be permissible to guide him gently, but to make demands that are beyond his aptitude risks causing considerable distress and the loss of these particular faculties. You know what? Let me stop here and look up this term somnambulist. I need a clean definition. Okay, so we're talking about like sleepwalking type of thing here. Sleepwalking, also known as somnambulism. So we're talking about a deep trance. Hmm. Somnambulism, commonly known as sleepwalking. Okay. Okay. But the way that they're making it here is that this is something that these people were easily able to induce in their patients. Yeah, so we're definitely talking about some type of deep trance. Deep trance. Through his wide travels in France, England, Italy, and Switzerland, giving public demonstrations, La Fontaine was a great popularizer of magnetism. His theories were admirably simple, disengaged from all metaphysics, and resting only on physical laws. His demonstration that the will of the magnetizer was not imposed on the patient gave the lie to fears of the abuse of power, such as were featured in the dark figure of Svengali in George du Maurier's novel Trilby, where a beautiful girl becomes the somnambulistically gifted automaton of the mesmerist. So this stuff was going on for a while, to the point that people were making scary stories about a mesmerist, a hypnotist, who had taken a beautiful girl and put her in this somnambulistic sleepwalking trance state, and she became his gifted automaton. This conception goes right back to Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner, in a scenario where the luckless wedding guest is held by the glittering eye of the mariner, unable to proceed to the wedding feast, for the mariner hath his will. Oh man says that's what the background music is doing for me. Trance. Yeah, man. This is some good stuff. Good stuff. Shout out to Theta Realms, Mr. Theta. You can easily find Theta Realms on YouTube. Other elements of LaFontaine's observations have, however, been challenged by latter-day magnetizers, and in particular, his belief that the attitude of mind of the magnetizer is of no account to his patient. The point was disputed by Hector D'Urville, founder in 1893 of a modern school of magnetism in Paris, who insists that the thoughts and emotions of the magnetizer are very easily communicated to the patient, whether he intends or realizes this or not. Through the efforts of teachers and practitioners such as Hector D'Urville and his son Henry, to whom he handed on his school in 1914, the practice of animal magnetism has continued to thrive in France. Imagine what the yogis knew about this already for at least 7,000 years, 10,000 years before it made it to Europe. Imagine. Through the efforts of teachers and practitioners such as Hector D'Urville and his son Henry, to whom he handed on his school in 1914, the practice of animal magnetism has continued to thrive in France. Continue to thrive. It is to the 1956 fifth edition of his book, Theories et Procédés du Magnétisme, that we owe much of the foregoing information on a subject which seems to have been much neglected in the English-speaking world. Although the American Colonel Olcott, the early associate of Madame Blavatsky, was a skilled magnetic healer who, on railway journeys throughout India, would attend to hundreds of patients. All right, so we had mentioned James Braid. So now we're going to talk a little bit about Dr. James Braid and hypnosis. There's gnosis, but then there's hypnosis. Atropa, good evening to you, lovely Atropa. Good to have you here. Hope you're having a swell evening. Okay, let's talk about Dr. James Braid and hypnosis. What about hypnosis? What about your friends? Hypnosis. All right, Dr. James Braid and hypnosis. However, the general thrust of animal magnetism was hijacked, so to speak, as early as 1841 by the Scots Dr. James Braid. when he claimed that all the phenomena of mesmerism could be achieved by mechanical means, and in particular by tiring the optic nerve with a persistently flashing bright light. Oh, this guy. His medical colleagues fell with delight upon this apparent disproving. They love to try to debunk something, don't they? Disproving theory of what was it? Yeah, his medical colleagues fell with delight upon this apparent disproving of the theory of animal magnetism and all its occult associations. So modern hypnotism was born, a term coined by Dr. Braid from the Greek word for sleep, hypnos. Everyone remembers Abra and Alakazam, but does anybody remember Hypno? I think Hypno was my favorite one. Yeah, man, and you can feel it. You can feel it just in looking at the pictures and videos of these creatures. Lady Justice says, in the history of magic, Eliphas Levi explains that ancient priests studied the gaze of big cats because these animals naturally possess and project an immense raw concentration of animal magnetism. For sure, for sure. That's the last thing you want to lock eyes with. I'm sure that serpents have some of that too, right? Snakes do the same thing with their prey. They kind of project this magnetism that causes their prey to pretty much just give up. Come on out, y'all. They found us. They found you. Come on out, y'all. They got us. C7744, peace and greetings. The strength card. Yeah. Okay, right. There we go. Lion-headed serpent. There's a connection here somewhere. When Dr. Mesmer was enjoying widespread popularity in Paris, he attracted such hostility from the medical profession that he asked for an independent inquiry to be set up to investigate the claims for animal magnetism. A government commission was duly appointed that included the distinguished American statesman and scientist Benjamin Franklin. That's why he was brought up at the beginning of this chapter. They concluded, however, that wonderful though some of Mesmer's cures might seem, there was no evidence that conclusively proved his magnetic fluid theory. They put down his results to the imagination of his patients and concluded that the subject was therefore not worth further scientific investigation. Not worth further scientific investigation. In light of the subsequent growth of the psychological sciences in the 20th century, this dismissal of the imagination as unworthy of scientific investigation seems a staggering blind spot. Absolutely. However, such was no doubt the spirit of the times of the rationalist Enlightenment. Only a century before, Charles II, or Charles II, as founder of the Royal Society, could not bring himself to conceive the existence of air and dismissed efforts to investigate it scientifically. It would take at least another century to come to the realization of the importance of the human imagination as something to be taken very seriously. Mesmer was subsequently driven into exile and died in 1815. But the exploits and researches of his followers, such as de Puysegur and Deleuze, raised so much interest that the Royal Academy of Medicine in France ordered a new investigation. This continued from 1825 to 1831 and confirmed much that was claimed by the mesmerists. But this apparent triumph of the magnetizers infuriated the conservative establishment. The Academy refused to print the report, and another committee was appointed, headed by a hostile chairman, with the inevitable required result. So things remained for a decade until Braid claimed to produce much the same phenomena simply by using a bright, intermittent light. The the academic folk were mollified. Mesmer's theory of animal magnetism had apparently been demolished, and a new method introduced that was simple and easy to apply: the new science and technique of hypnotism. However, there seems good reason to believe that there is a significant degree of higher phenomena associated with the somnambulistic state that cannot be produced by mechanical methods and suggestion alone. Braid's experiments were confirmed and extended in various quarters, including the Paris Salpêtrière Hospital, where the highly influential Professor Charcot insisted that the hypnotic state was simply a result of a diseased condition of the nerves, that much of the phenomena could be produced without the use of suggestion, and the whole subject was explicable in terms of the physiology of the brain and nervous system. That just goes to show, I mean, for me at least, oftentimes because somebody in a lab coat or a business suit says something, we we accept that as truth and authority, not realizing that oftentimes these are just people who have agendas and funding to keep up. Just because some official looking person in a lab coat or business suit says something with a confidence face doesn't mean that we need to take that as Jesus Christ gospel. In fact, I would give more suspicion to those types of people than I would the average person. Because what I one of the things that this book has shown me is that there are plenty of official people who will look at something, not understand it, and go ahead and say, "Nah, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Let's no longer look into this because I have decided that this is bullshit and we can't prove it. So fuck it." And then it's deemed as, poppycock. Got to do your own research. If you care about it, you might as well test it yourself. To be quite honest, I don't give a damn what Bill Nye the Science Guy would have to say about what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing works. I don't need Mr. Lab Coat to tell me what I'm doing works or doesn't work. You might need Mr. Lab Coat to tell you that it ain't real. I don't need Mr. Lab Coat, because that's another human being just like me. I didn't need his authority to I didn't need his co-signed authority to do what I'm doing, and I don't need it now. So hey, that's and you know, keep in mind, I'm not saying dismiss and throw away all, you know, science that has been presented. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I have 100% evidence in my work and my methods. So I don't need someone to tell me that what I do is not real or doesn't work or whatever. That's not necessary. Now, you can say that you don't understand it. That's fine. We can agree on that. But to tell me that it's invalid because you don't understand it, now we're starting to cross a line. But also, you know what I'm saying? Everything is perfect because those people serve a purpose for humanity and for society. This is another thing we talked about last night in our meeting. Humanity, life is scary, man. It's uncertain. We don't know anything. We don't really know anything. So to have answers and to have laws and to have theories laid down, it makes us comfortable. We feel good because somebody figured it out. Somebody over there figured it out, which means that I don't have to. Right? Which means you don't have to. So we rest easy knowing that someone has the answer. Because if we face the truth that nothing is true and everything is permitted, that's very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. You want to wake up and know that if you go to work, you're going to get a check at the end of the week or the end of the month or whatever. You need that certainty. Because if you didn't have that certainty, your life would be a very different kind of life. Your focus would be in a different kind of place, right? You need the president up on that podium to tell you, you know, hey, we're doing this or we're not doing this, because now you don't have to think about it. Somebody else has already figured it out. So likewise, we need the people in business suits and lab coats to tell us things so that we don't have to think about it anymore. And when I say we, I'm talking about the average, basic, regular human being. The default sim. Lady Justice says doctors have the same costs as butchers, and the original meaning of to doctor is tampering with, adultering, or falsifying. Atropa says, I was just about to say the same thing. The white coats and suits make me turn the other way. Right. Swamp gas. You did not see what you think you saw. It was swamp gas. Because we see things that you need not see, and we be places that you need not be. Go on with your life. Forget that Roswell crap. Show love to the black suit, because that's the men in. That's the men. Will Smith don't got a cuss in his raps to sell records. Well, I do. I do. Bingo. Mothra says, gotta hold this BS matrix together somehow, right? Exactly, right? And I don't even see it as a BS matrix. It's like I said, it's all necessary. Life is lifing. For you and me, it might feel like BS, but for those people who are within the womb of reality and they need that security and that comfort, it's very wonderful to have an answer. It's very wonderful to have a Donald Trump and to have a what is it? What's that thing called? What's that thing floating around the sky that y'all used to be all excited about a couple months ago, and then suddenly everyone forgot about it? AI Atlas, right? It's we have to have an AI Atlas, you know, and an alien disclosure or an Epstein list, like all those things. They satisfy that morbid curiosity in the unknown just enough, not enough to actually do anything, not enough to actually make any difference in your real life, but it satisfies that curiosity just enough. Because when you wrap up the conversation about the AI Atlas and Epstein list, you go back to work. You know what I'm saying? You go back to cooking dinner for your family, life as usual. It's all perfect. It's all we've been doing this for a super long time. Nothing is by mistake. Not at this point. Not at this point. This whole thing is constructed perfectly. It's a beautiful system. This matrix is beautiful. God bless it. Right? I wouldn't have it any other way. Thank God. I'm grateful that I was born far before the year 2000. I tell you that. I would hate to be a child in this day and age. It's funny. I said that to my son. I was like, man, I wasn't born. I feel bad for any kids who were born after that. He said, me too. But anyways, let's get back to this. It's beautiful, man. And also, we're talking about vibration and your inner state and your self-talk and all that stuff. You gotta watch what you're saying, right? If you're calling this world a prison every day, what do you think that's doing to you subconsciously? Well, automatically you're associating and identifying yourself as a prisoner, and I don't think that that's a very empowering character role. Because once again, nothing is true, everything is permitted. There's patterns that exist. Yes, there are strings of patterns that exist. But we're talking here about the will, intent, and focus. The strings of patterns that you focus on, you bring the associated results into manifestation. So always, always, always be checking your story. Always be checking the story that you're telling yourself about life. If you're calling yourself a prisoner, if you're calling yourself a victim, if you're calling yourself whatever, make sure that your story is, of course, useful and appropriate to your growth. Emily Koo and auto suggestion. Y'all all right? How we doing out there? How we doing out there, chat? Make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure you stay hydrated. Emily Koo and auto suggestion. Nonetheless, the subject of suggestion came to loom very large indeed in other schools of hypnosis, including the work of Libo in what became known as the Nancy School, as opposed to Professor Charcot's Paris School. Libo approached the subject in terms of mental action alone. So it seems like the further down this line of teachers, they're getting more and more on the side of this being a thing about willpower and mental conviction. Libo approached the subject in terms of mental action alone. He insisted that phenomena were best produced by those who were sound in body and mind, and that all results were the result of some form of suggestion. This line of thought and practice eventually attracted enormous publicity in what became known as the New Nancy School, under the influence of the practical results obtained by practitioner known as Emil Cool. Okay. Alchemy of life. Welcome. Peace and greetings. Lady Justice says, as Frank Wright said on Peter McCormick, the elite class is crushing local identity and working class dignity to enforce a corporate monoculture of nothingness. Monoculture of nothingness. It would seem that they're pretty dang close. But not my monkeys, not my circus. Ku was essentially a practitioner rather than a theorist, and his methods were largely popularized in 1920 by the book Suggestion and Autosuggestion by his disciple Baldwin. Change the battery. The theory and practice of induced autosuggestion took the subject to the point where a practitioner was hardly needed at all, except as a means of inducing the process within the patient. An important element in the technique was avoiding getting the patient's conscious mind too intellectually involved, for this could invoke the law of inversed effort, whereby the harder one tried, the more difficult it was to get results. That's like when I try to remember my dreams. The harder I try, the more that they dissolve into sand. Have you ever experienced that? The law of inversed effort. One gets a similar kind of effect when racking one's brains to remember some forgotten name. The more one tries, the less successful one is, until having forgotten about trying, the name may then pop up automatically into consciousness. The same principle applies in trying to induce an autosuggestive cure. The subconscious is a tricky thing. After this initial good results in Troyes and at Nancy, Ku's practice was helped very considerably by his reputation, which induced a kind of snowball effect of increasing belief and faith in him and his methods. Anyone going for treatment would find a waiting room crammed full of people, all confident of being cured of their problems, some of them very remarkably so. Thus, a high expectation of success was generated. Oh, that's nice. That's great, right? Not only does the method work, but the people are ready and believing that it works. So they're damn near guaranteed to have success. That must have been a great situation for Emil Koo. Honey Brown says, yes. And then they'll come to me later in the day randomly or if I'm meditating. That's how it is. That's how it is. If I don't remember my dream right away, I know now to not try to squeeze it out, because the harder I squeeze, the more that it dissolves. I just let it return. And if it doesn't return, I know that it was consumed by my subconscious mind and will be used in a useful and appropriate way. Well, let me switch this battery. Epistemosnosis says you have to subtly say it once and let it marinate. It will work, like that good spell or ritual you create for a purpose. It's magic. Absolutely. 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 Rack bar. Rack bar. Allah, Allah, rack bar. Allah, oh, rack bar. Give me one of them hot dogs. What's your name, man? Willie James Huff, better known as Funky Chicken. Allah, rack bar. Hello. Poison ivy. Poison ivy. She crazy as a daisy. Bum, bum. Ooh. All right. Battery changed. We good to go. Zero says, as you said it, release and you get it. Absolutely. And stanky chicken. Valera Ravana says, God, I love when I catch Trav live. And I love it when you catch me live. It's a good night. Full transmission. All right. Okay, so yeah, a high expectation of success was generated. Awesome situation right there. Ku would begin his individual instruction by demonstrating to the patient the effectiveness of the patient's own powers of autosuggestion. And he would do this by methods which, in other circumstances and with other intentions, might well have been regarded as occult experiments. Okay, now it's starting to sound like some NLP. Hey, man, hey. Gotta love it. I said that? Yeah, you said that. Hey. Hey. Chicano 42 says, my attention span is meant for this. Yeah, man. Only a certain select cloth. And one of my comments, somebody asked, Trav, do you have TikTok? I'll be wanting to share your videos with my friends, but they don't have the attention span for your long videos. Dang. Sunshine Chick, always great to see you. Peace and greetings. Welcome, Sunshine. Welcome. So yeah, now we're starting to get into modern territory with this hypnosis. He would, for example, give the patient a pendulum, and after telling him to try by muscular effort to keep it quite still, then ask him to visualize it moving in a particular way, either in straight swings or in a circle. When the pendulum began to behave in this way, Ku would tell the patient that this was proof positive of the power his own mind to affect his bodily or nervous condition. He might then go on to put out a circle of letters of the alphabet, again, telling the patient consciously to try to keep the pendulum steady, but then to think of a letter or a word. This would usually then be spelled out by the swing of the pendulum as another demonstration of the powers of self-suggestion. Okay, there you go. So that's what it feels like. You've provided words for a feeling that I had and I didn't have the words for. Mothra says, LOL, short attention span is a barrier of entry for this channel. That's it. That's it. Michael Thomas 7324 says, Peace Trav. When I started doing ritual work, I was working with the black sun and the black flame way before I knew the entirety of what it all entailed. If you were me, would you stop or keep going? Because lately I've been receiving a lot of cliphotic symbolism lately. And it isn't just me anymore. It's also people connected to me. And considering all you said about the elementals, what would someone of your experience conclude? Sorry to disturb your book study. Now, why did you have to come up here and disturb my book study? Yeah, disturb the book study. So here's the thing. I get a lot of questions, and what I do is pay attention to patterns. One of the main questions I get about spirit work is this right here. And perhaps you have had this question, dear listener of Livestream. If I work with a spirit, is it going to affect the people I live with? Is it going to affect my family members, my friends, etc.? And the answer has more to do with you than it does with the spirit that you're working with. And here's the thing. Working with energy, spirits, symbols, whether it's an Andros or whether it's a black flame or whatever the symbol that you choose to utilize as an object of focus, when it comes to the people around you, that is in relation to the relationships you have with them. Because we're talking energy here. We're not talking about words and names and titles. We're talking about energies and congruence, relationships. For example, if you're surrounded with people who fit with you, you're in good, positive relations. We're talking about in this book, Circuit of Force. We're talking about energy exchange and how there is an environment of energy between individuals. Long story short, if you're in a relationship with somebody and everything is positive and healthy and flowing in a balanced way, what you're working with isn't going to hurt or harm them because they're a part of your ecosystem. They're part of your healthy ecosystem. Now, if you have somebody and your energy towards them is negative, harmful, disruptive, imbalanced, then whatever energy you pull in is only going to amplify that imbalance. So, of course, there will be individuals connected to you who might feel negative results of your magic based on the fact that you already had a negative relationship with them. Now, to really answer your question, you're saying, if I was you, would I stop or continue? I can't answer that because I'm not you. I don't know the subtleties of what's going on with you. What I would suggest that you do is really analyze why you're doing any of this. Why are you doing any of this? It has been said by people who have experience with the clip-off that the clip-off and associated works are very serious and not for the faint of heart, not for beginners. Mainly because you're tapping into aspects of the subconscious mind that will give a very direct and intense result. So if you're not mentally prepared for change in your life, then maybe you should work with something a little bit easier. But if you are mentally and emotionally regulated for change, then by all means, keep doing what you're doing, because obviously you wanted change. That's why you started doing this in the first place. But, ultimately, only you know that answer. If you feel stable mentally and emotionally, keep going. But if you don't think that you're fully fortified, then maybe you should do some work to get fortified and then come back. That's my answer. That's my answer for that. So let me know if that helps. Mothra says, maybe it's just me, but I work out of Night Side of Eden and my results have been just very healing. Awesome. You probably have a very stable and regulated mental space and emotional space. Red Star 7311, peace. Red Star says, this topic hits different for me. When I was 16, my first teacher told me in my past life I lived in France and was a student of Anton Mesmer. Over the years, it made more sense. Interesting. So that means you've got some history and experience with this type of etheric manipulation. Maybe that's a direction for you to reawaken and continue. Discover the hero within. Peace and greetings. Okay, so we're talking about the impact of autosuggestion. Uh-oh. Michael Thomas says, I had some sudden changes in my immediate social circle, Trav, and it's so odd, but everybody that I'm around now seems to be healthier for me, and it is very healing after coming out of toxic dysfunction. That's a sign that you've been healing yourself. That's a sign that you've been doing your shadow work. Again, I don't know you and what you've been working on, but just based off of what you said, that sounds like you've actually been doing some successful shadow work, and now the outside world is starting to repair itself and conform to that. So yeah, if that's the case, then maybe you need to continue and double down with what you're working on. Good for you. Chicano 42 says, Trav, have you checked out Dion's book of yearly meditations? It's called Christian Prayer Meditation. It's written beautifully, like a calendar, easy practices, and it's a timeline. Oh shit, timeline magic. No, I have not heard of that. Golly, I did not expect to walk out of here with a damn list of books, but here we go. Yearly meditations. I'll check that out. Maybe if I read all of Dion Fortune's book, I'll unlock Ultimate Dion past life knowledge bank. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's got to be the easiest past life reincarnation, to have been someone who was an author, because then all you have to do is read the books. All right. We know that techniques of this nature are, in certain circles, popular means of seeking spirit communication. And Ku had other little experiments like this that came very close to table tuning, close to table turning. Dowsers also used pendulums as a means of detecting lost or hidden objects or subtle energy fields. Ku, however, was not interested in any theories of this nature as far as he was concerned. The aim was to activate the subconscious mind as a tool of the subject's own conscious mind, and not as a vehicle of communication with any disembodied spirit or as a means of extrasensory perception. He had sometimes to reassure superstitious or religiously conservative patients that they were not somehow in contact with demonic agencies. Why is everybody so scared of demons, man? Everyone is so scared of demonic agencies. All right, so he was not interested in any theories of this nature. As far as he was concerned, the aim was to activate the subconscious mind as a tool of the subject's own conscious mind, and not as a vehicle of communication with any disembodied spirit or as a means of extrasensory perception. He had sometimes to reassure superstitious or religiously conservative patients that they were not somehow in contact with demonic agencies. Having convinced his patients of the power of autosuggestion, he then put them onto a regime of repeating a verbal formula many times a day. Sounds like a mantra, affirming that they were getting better in what might be regarded as the equivalent of an Oriental mantra. Okay, there we go. Or a Catholic rosary prayer. Dang. You know, when you repeat mantras, especially on a daily basis, that stimulates your aura. That adds these extra layers wrapped around you. Sheesh. Zero says, I encourage you, if you want to know more about your past life, investigate about K2 and Vedic astrology. Specifically, maybe you can find something that helps you to make more sense. I recently got a book on Rahu and K2. Gosh. Zero says, some past lives are really important. Last year I realized I was a witch, and that brings me a lot of things and everything. I was like, open the box. I realized knowing this is even part of why I am here. Oh man says, demons are my friends. Exactly. There are no enemies. They're all my friends. Lady Justice says, Violet Mary Firth, Dion Fortune, took her name Dio non Fortuna, which translates from God, not from chance, or by God, not by luck. Mothra asks Shikano, is that book called Mystical Meditations on the Christian Collects? Okay. Kajfa asks, what if you remember your past life and just want to be there so much you can't find meaning in this one? Well, you can call that escapism, right? You could call that escaping due to emotional reasons. For sure. Now, would we call that spiritual authority? I would say absolutely not. I would say absolutely not. So there's a version of you in the future that has found peace, that has found meaning, that has found strength, and that knows exactly what you're doing in life right now, knows why you're here, and knows what you have to offer the world and what the world has to offer you. There's a version of you that understands all of that. And you're connected to that version. And all that stands in between you and that version is time, experience, data. So literally, to go from the point that you're at right now, not finding any meaning in this life, to that version of you that knows exactly what to do, all that stands in between you and that version is data, evidence. So once you start that path of seeking the evidence, you're one step closer, one day closer to that version of yourself. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Every day and in every way, I am getting better and better. So, this would need to be rehearsed several times a day and repeated over and over. Even gabbling it quickly was no barrier to success and could even be more efficacious as a means of bypassing the critical objective faculties. He also found that it was effective to add a general clause to the effect that the patient was getting better in every way, as well as referring to the particular symptoms or ailment. In time, this became promulgated as a general formula which anyone and everyone could use, and a highly popular New Thought movement sprang up whose famous litany was, every day and in every way, I am getting better and better. Promoted as the power of positive thinking, it had many ramifications, including schools of salesmanship and general psychological self-improvement. Ku would use any means to obtain the faith of the patient in the efficacy of what he was doing, even to the extent of telling the patient that he would be cooperating in absent healing. That is to say that at the same time as the patient was performing his affirmations, Ku would be concentrating upon him and aiding in the healing process. The fact that Ku had probably gone fishing or was indulging in some other spare time occupation whilst the patient still got better was proof to Q that the technique worked and was based entirely upon autosuggestion. Faith in the power of autosuggestion might have been induced by him in the first instance and continuing consultations might help to bolster the patient's faith in this. But at root, it was the patient's own faith, will, and efforts that affected the cure. What do you think about that? We are now, of course, a long way from conceptions of animal magnetism and the somnambulistic trance. Yet, we would do well to bear in mind that because these techniques and theories were passed by after Braid's introduction of hypnotism in 1841, that they ceased to retain any validity. A fact of nature still exists, whether or not an influential body of opinion chooses to ignore it. And if Braid demonstrated that he could keep up his trousers with the belt of hypnosis instead of the braces of animal magnetism, it does not mean to say that braces do not still exist and remain an efficient means of retaining decency. Faith or magnetic healing? Oh my goodness. Eleven. 11. May your wildest dreams come true. May your wildest dreams come true. Oh, and it's a full moon. And it's a full moon. Mothra says, Christ asked, do you believe I can heal you? Was Christ just a symbol to allow the person to heal himself? Oh, so you doing the healing. Is that what it is? Ain't nobody healing me. Ain't nobody healing me. Oh, so you doing the healing. Is that what it is? I mean, technically, right? Technically. What he's saying here about this auto-suggestion is a big deal. And that's what I saw earlier when we talked about Mesmer and his groups of, what was it, 60, 100, all these people going into these trances, going into violent spasms, catching the Holy Ghost on the spot. Would you believe that that's auto-suggestion? They walked into those rooms knowing that Mesmer had some kind of magic of healing people. Like, think about this now. If you're somebody who's hurting, you're hurting, you got pain, and you want to escape from that pain, you want to be healed, and you hear that Mesmer has got this holy water and they laying hands on you and they're doing this healing, and you show up, you're ready to get healed. You're not walking out that room without getting healed, right? So they walk in there and they see all these other people who are also there to get healed. And it just amplifies. Everybody is literally there to get healed. Of course, people are going to catch the Holy Ghost. They're going to fall out, shake, and kick, and go wild. And observing those effects, Mesmer saw that those people got healed. He was a symbol. He was a trigger, right? We're not saying that this stuff is fake. We're not saying that it doesn't happen. What's being said here is that the individual is doing it But oftentimes, damn near all the time, the individual needs an external trigger to focus on. Right? Right? Is it Jesus Christ that's out here healing us and saving us? Or is Jesus Christ the symbol that people use to activate it within themselves? Come on now. Go outside and look at that full moon. Let the full moon be a trigger for your let the 1111 be a trigger for your healing, right? How many times have you seen people ask, what's 1111 mean? What's 333 mean? What's 555 mean? It doesn't mean anything. It means what you make it mean. It's a trigger. These are literally just symbolic trigger points for you to look at and to know that it's special and to activate something within your aura. That's it. That's it. Now, that might not be as flashy and exciting as some other aspects of the magic, but hey, the truth is basic and simple and plain. Basic and simple and plain. Let the Lord take care of me, because what you talk about ain't got a damn thing to do with Jesus. Have you ever healed yourself? Have you ever tapped into an external symbol and allowed it to activate healing within you, change within you? Faith healing or magnetic heal. Okay, so let's connect it to the church, right? Remember when the church had that whole season where people were showing up to get healed? You'd see people in wheelchairs and the pastor would touch them and then they'd stand up and dance and shake and shimmy. Been in a wheelchair for 30 years, now they can dance. Remember those faith healers? And see, y'all was saying it was a scam. Y'all were saying it was fake. We were dealing with magnetism. Mo Man says, I think Jesus is in jail, because a lot of people I know said they found him there. Dang. Well, I mean, technically in the Bible, Christ was not hanging out in the church, and he was not hanging out with the holy rollers. Nightmare Alley. I'm always looking for a movie to watch with my son. Recently, we watched Stephen King's, what was that movie called? Not The Regulator. Desperation. We watched Desperation. Because that was like the first big book that I ever read. Both of them, Desperation and The Regulators. I told my son the lore, and then we watched the movie. He actually liked it. So I'm going to look up Nightmare Alley. Hopefully this is something that would be somewhat appropriate for this child of mine. Epistemosnosis says that is a father-son movie. Literally, the movie is about a father and son. Okay, perfect. Perfect. And yes, Mothra, you already know. You already know. Peach soda. Peach soda. You already know. To me, I think that was one of the most important lessons that Bobby Hemmett taught. And I know them folks missed it. Just like they missed most of everything what he says. I know they missed the peach soda lesson. But that right there unlocked so much for me. That was an example of nothing is true, everything is permitted. To the fullest. To the fullest. It's not that the peach soda has magical properties. You just pick a symbol and you work with it. You work with what you got. Because the magic ain't in the peach soda. It's in you. Okay, let's keep going. Faith healing or magnetic healing? I had a vivid and somewhat painful demonstration of the reality of animal magnetism in my youth by getting rather too close to a faith healer who still used these methods. Even though he was generally regarded as a faith healer, operating by means of the Holy Spirit, which he probably also believed himself. Invited to accompany someone to a meeting of his, which took place in a packed church, I happened to be personally introduced to him just before the event. In what may well have been his usual practice in such circumstances, he grasped my hand strongly, fixed me in the eye with a powerful gaze. With the verbal affirmation positively expressed, "God bless you," or words to that effect. Such was the intensity of his gaze that I felt an instant tingling in my brow at the point that is usually regarded as the ajna psychic center. This passed away, however, and I took my seat near the back of the church. Before the healer began the laying on of hands to the sick, he began to walk up and down the aisles of the church, making sweeping movements of his arms and hands, as if drawing in some form of power from the congregation. Then he proceeded with his healing of individuals before the altar. As he did so, I began to feel myself getting weaker and feeling increasingly unwell, as well as intensely emotionally irritated, particularly at the repetition and tone of his repeated, "Thank you, Father," which he got all the patients to say after he had laid hands on them. Eventually, I was sufficiently distressed to leave early, and having fortified myself with a hot drink at a nearby cafe, went on home. The next morning, however, I woke to find I had a most uncomfortable point of irritation right between the eyebrows. What is more, the discomfort increased as the day wore on until it was a very painful indeed at about midday, after which it decreased in intensity until the sun went down. The next day, the same thing happened again, the pain coming and going with the light. On the third day, I sought medical advice, and the doctor diagnosed it as sinusitis, dispensed an inhalant, but implied that the only thing to do, short of an operation, was to grin and bear it. However, the problem wore off over a matter of days, and I have, fortunately, never been bothered with it since. It was a salutary demonstration to me. However, of the reality of some forms of the unseen, and also a warning that some alternative healers may have little idea of how and what they may be doing in the course of their empirical healing practice. I imagine no harm came to most people to whom this particular healer projected his magnetic handshake, but to a young initiate, bingo, right? Bingo. To a young initiate sensitized by meditation and magical ritual methods, it plainly broke a temporary hole in the etheric vehicle, so that I was being literally vampirized in the church with physiological repercussions following on. Listen, if you're tapped in, you got to be real careful about how you share your energy. That was me, right? Let's continue with the book. Anecdotal evidence may not cut much ice in scientific circles, but it is nonetheless convincing to those who bear the brunt of the actual experience. It certainly convinced me that although doctors may write off much of alternative healing as an application of the placebo effect, it was more than a placebo effect that hit me between the eyes on that particular night. Mm. Interesting, interesting. Veronica Archaga, peace and greetings. I didn't hear from you last night, Veronica. I love you, and I hope that you're doing well. In the infernal realm. Yeah, we did have our infernal moment, but I didn't hear about any updates. Eric Barron, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Is that DJ equipment in the background of your picture, or is that a painting? Honey Brown says most just need an excuse or permission to release their own limits, perceived or unknown. Everything can be a tool. True indeed, true indeed. And it's easy, because like all of us were there. None of us, well, I don't know about everybody, but I don't think that we come into this world awakened and free, or whatever level you're at currently. You also, all of us had to break out of whatever NPC autopilot situation we had going on. So just think back to those days. Think back to those days. Some of your best friends or best teachers or favorite family members, favorite cousin or whatever, were those who allowed you to be yourself and express yourself without fear of judgment, without having to conform to expectations of the culture. What do you think? At least me, when I think of my favorite family members or my favorite teachers or favorite friends, there were people who gave me an excuse or permission to release my own limits. There's something very healing about that. But yeah, that's a very interesting story. Once you become a student of the work, your aura is different. I'm walking different. I'm breathing different. You be all right. Initiates wake up every day. Lady Justice says everything can be a tool, even the problems, the blockages, and the apparent things that are stopping you. Absolutely. I control the context. That means I write the story. All the events and situations that are happening, you control what they mean. You decide if they're useful and appropriate. Zero says, as a super restricted sun, I agree with you. That's Rahu in the 4th house and Ketu Nakshatra in the moon placement. Absolutely, Trav, I'm with you. Rahu, Ketu. Separated at the neck. Dr. Thompson, J. Hudson, and the objective and subjective minds. In our review of the development of the techniques of animal magnetism and of hypnosis through to induced autosuggestion, it has been apparent that considerable differences of opinion could exist about the causes of various phenomena. It is possible that if suggestion is as important as Ku and his followers suggest, then a great deal of the cures and theories could be due to the expectations of healers and patients. What? It is possible that if suggestion is as important as Q and his followers suggest, then a great deal of the cures and theories could be due to the expectations of healers and patients. Big hints been dropped. Big hints been dropped. I've been dropping them. Gareth Knight has been dropping them. Much the same has been said of modern schools of psychoanalysis, where Freudian analysts come up with the case studies that bear out Freudian theory, and Jungian analysts with case studies that bear out Jungian theory, and so on through the whole gamut of psychotherapies. In 1892, at a crucial point just before the waters were about to be further muddied by the advent of psychoanalysis and the various psychiatric disciplines that depend upon the theory of the subconscious, an American savant, Thomas J. Hudson, PhD, L1D, produced a book, The Law of Psychic Phenomena, that attempted a fair and balanced assessment of all that had gone before. His work can provide a useful vantage point in time for us, falling midway between Mesmer's first appearance and the post-psychoanalytical age we are in now. Aaron, peace and greetings. Aaron says, love this coming together, sharing knowledge for the betterment of all. Absolutely. Absolutely. Good to have you. Peace. Peace. Young Jester, or should I say 40 Shot Kosher Covert. Peace and greetings. Sup, Travis? Love you. Love you too. Hope you're having a swell day. Abysmus Gnosis says, Young was incredible source material. I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. Dr. Hudson made a list of the principal methods of what we would now call alternative healing. Namely, 1, prayer and religious faith, as at Lourdes and other shrines, or cures effected by prayer alone, often called faith healing. 2, mind cure. Oh, great. Now I'm feeling the deja vu. Mind cure, which rests on the supposition that all diseased states of the body are due to a problem within the mind and can thus be cured by a direct mind to mind process between healer and patient. 3. Christian Science, a religious movement based on a disbelief in the reality of matter, from which it follows that if our bodies are unreal, then there is no such thing as disease, must also be illusory if properly understood. 4. Spiritualism, which has also taken on the trappings of religious belief, the healing side of which is based upon the assumption that the spirits of the dead, often deceased doctors and surgeons, are operating a subtle form of therapeutics through a medium or faith healer. Spooky. 5. Magnetism, which includes all systems of healing based on the supposition that there exists a fluid that can be projected onto another person at the will of the operator and which will affect a healing. 6. Hypnosis, which is based on the law that persons in a hypnotic condition or light trance can be controlled by means of suggestion so that pain can be suppressed, bad habits or addictions eradicated, nerves calmed. Chicano 42 says number 3 is Samkhya 101, Christian Science. Yeah, absolutely. Each of these can be further subdivided into various schools, movements, and individual practitioners, and there may well be an overlapping of function, whether consciously realized or admitted or not. Having reviewed all the evidence available to him, Dr. Hudson considered that most of the phenomena could be explained by supposing that man has two minds. One of these he called the objective mind, and the other the subjective mind. The objective mind is the one with which we are all familiar. It is the means whereby we make contact with the physical world, and its means of perception are the five physical senses. It seems to be very largely a function of the physical brain, for its powers can be affected by aging or damage to the brain. It might be regarded as the outgrowth of man's physical necessities, and in this respect, would seem to be very familiar to the generally accepted occult doctrine of the personality or lower self as a projection of the higher self into material conditions for the purpose of gaining experience. The subjective mind is rather more than what we would nowadays call the subconscious mind, although in some respects it perhaps has an affinity with Jung's concept of a collective unconscious, which can be accessed in certain circumstances by the individual. The subjective mind seems aware of the physical environment, but by means that are independent of the physical senses. It operates by means of a kind of direct intuition and is the seat of the emotional drives, as well as being a storehouse of memory. Whilst the objective mind has access by conscious recollection to a relatively small amount of memory for utilitarian use, the memory of the subjective mind is a comprehensive recording. Within it, all past sensory and mental images are stored in what we would nowadays call a vast database of past experience. The subjective mind has very remarkable powers, far beyond those of the objective mind, and of a different order. However, its powers are not available consciously unless the objective mind is put into abeyance, one form of which is the state of somnambulism. Discovered by the mesmerists. In this state, the subjective mind has been shown to be capable of vision without use of the physical eyes, of travel to distant places, of thought transference, and of reading the contents of sealed envelopes or closed books. In other words, it demonstrates a panoply of what are usually called clairvoyant powers. Some investigators have likened the subjective mind to the immortal soul, on the grounds that the closer the body approaches the condition of death, with the functions of the objective and suspended, with the functions of the objective mind suspended, the stronger become the demonstrations of the subjective mind. However, the subjective mind does not have its limitations. The objective mind is a fairly rigid structure built up on a foundation of reason and positive knowledge through the evidence of the senses. It is capable of rational argument and is resistant to suggestion. And whatever its limitations in terms of extrasensory perception or universal memory, it forms a center of identification and control. The subjective mind, on the other hand, is highly amenable to suggestion and will accept without hesitation any statement that is made to it. It also seems incapable of inductive reasoning. It is very effective at producing examples from general principles, but avoids building up a general conclusion from observation of particular evidence and examples, or arguing a point through by logical analysis. An ideal situation would be the objective mind working on conscious, harmonious terms with the subjective mind. And this must be regarded as a condition resulting in the manifestation of genius, the secret of producing a William Shakespeare. In less spectacular cases, it is a working arrangement with the subjective mind that produces flashes of creativity in the various fields of human endeavor. However, a subjective mind that breaks out of its normal confines and runs wild beyond the control of the objective mind leads only to eccentricity, neurosis, and lunacy. Lunacy. And we under a full moon right now, huh? One intriguing speculation of Dr. Hudson's was that magnetic operators tend to get higher phenomena from their somnambulistic clients because, by virtue of their technique, they too are in a form of trance, as opposed to the rationally detached hypnotist with his mechanical devices. This would suggest once more the importance of the matter of polarity in consciousness and the advantages of a group, be it only of two, being of one mind in one place. Red Star 7311, peace to you, peace to you. Red Star says, let's get these likes up, people. This is great info. And I agree with you. Golly, boy, we might have to take a little break. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages. All right. All right. We've hit the 3-hour mark, my friends. I think it's looking like we're gonna have to cut this chapter in half. Cut this chapter in half. I see that we've still got a sizable audience. How many people still rocking and rolling with me? One, two, three. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to put on a different pot of coffee because sheesh, this might be the biggest chapter in the whole book. Lady Justice says, Yasad, the objective treasure house of images, the foundation of the astral, experienced through Doth of a lower world, through the subject of 32nd path of Tao. Epismus Gnosis says page 151 is the chapter. Absolutely, absolutely. It ain't nothing but 10 pages away, that's all. It's just 10 pages away. Six Days In says, I'm back. You're back from yesterday, I see. Good to see you. Good to see you. We were on for a pretty long while. I didn't see you come back, but I suppose you probably had to stay a little bit later. All right, all right. All right. Give me just a moment. I'm going to take a quick break. Yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy. All right. All right, my beloveds. We're going to do one more section and then we're going to wrap it up for tonight. Because I don't want the replay to be super long. And also, I'll be live streaming tomorrow. So we'll save some energy for tomorrow's live stream. Sound good? All right. So let's wrap it up with this seance room phenomena. Seance room phenomena. All right. The purple. Trav Marathon. Zero said, this is the best week of all year. Trav Marathon of Magic. This amazing energy wave bringing to us. Love it, my friend. Cool beans, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's Gemini season, man. If I don't get to show out any other time of the year, it's got to be Gemini season. Got to be Gemini season. Doing a little personal magic myself, you know. Trying to readjust my schedule of how frequently I live stream. I used to live stream maybe like 2 or 3 times a week. And then that distilled down to once a week, if any at all. But I'd like to increase the number more. So my current strategy is to push as much as I can during the week so that I can create a new baseline, you know. Mothra says it's the Saraswati yoga happening right now in Gemini, meaning Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, all in one sign. Gemini. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm very well aware of this special event. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. Last section. Zero says, I have the Sun, Venus, and Mercury on Gemini in Vedic chart. That's why I admire you so much, my man. Amazing being you are as always. And love to hear that. You deserve so much always. Thank you, Zero. Cool, fellow Gemini, right? Fellow Gemini. I'm blessed enough to be a Gemini, both in tropical and Vedic. Can't escape it. I am not a solid, not a liquid, but definitely a gas. Auspicious. All right, seance room phenomena. Last section for tonight. Phenomena associated with disembodied spirits runs parallel to research into animal magnetism and the somnambulistic state. The 18th century Swedish statesman, scientist, and mystic Emanuel Swedenborg differed from previous visionaries in that he believed himself able to walk in heaven and hell and converse with the illustrious dead of previous generations. His newly founded church exercised an influence on William Blake and later upon early spiritualist communicators who proliferated in the wake of the events in the small town of Hydesville, New York, in 1848, where the Fox sisters reported strange rappings upon the wooden frame of their bed and interpreted them as attempts of a discarnate spirit to make itself known. This rapidly became a huge movement in the 1850s that spread to Europe and reached its height in the 1870s, when the distinguished scientist Sir William Crookes began actively to investigate it, allied to his experiments on the behavior of electricity within a vacuum. Having pumped as much air as was mechanically possible from a tube, he saw beautiful evanescent light forming within it. Since the premature death of his brother, he had resolved to try to find the borderland between physical life and death and had attended many seances. He had observed ethereal lights at some of them, which he thought very much resembled lights within his vacuum tubes. He hoped that his scientific researches had brought mankind to the edge of a super sensible world and gave public demonstrations in 1879 of what he called radiant matter to be seen in the tubes. In his accompanying lecture, he declared, "We have actually touched here the borderland where matter and force seem to merge into one another, the shadowy realm between known and unknown, which for me has always had particular temptations. I venture to think that the greatest scientific problems of the future will find their solution in this borderland and even beyond. Here, it seems to me, lie ultimate realities, subtle, far reaching, wonderful." The world that he had discovered, however, was the beginnings of the technology of the neon and sodium lights of the 20th century advertising industry and the cathode ray tube that graces all our television sets and computer terminals, as well as the world of quantum mechanics and its resulting technology, which, by a further twist of fate, has led to a serious questioning of the fundamental state of matter and the mystical dynamics that may be contained within it. In such works as Fritjof Capra's The Tao of Physics, or Gary Zukav's The Dancing of the Wu-Li Masters, and more recently Dana Zohar's The Quantum Self. The scientific world of the 1880s was, however, completely unsympathetic to William Crookes' psychical assumptions. His paper on phenomena called spiritual was totally rejected by his contemporaries, and he had to contend with their opposition as long as he embraced this line of research. He therefore abandoned his investigations, deeply disillusioned at the lack of sympathetic response from his colleagues. Although he later served as president of the Society for Psychical Research and continued to express his personal views on the subject. Nonetheless, spirit phenomena continued to be demonstrated despite the attitude of the scientific community, whilst the bulk of seances consisted of private households indulging in table turning and the Ouija board, as there was a certain number of mediums who produced phenomena of a remarkable nature. Whether or not their phenomena was false or genuine, or a mixture of the two, their reported exploits helped to keep the movement alive and encouraged the more modest attempts of home circles. Dr. Hudson, our guide to how things appeared to the plain man of 1892, is quite sure on the matter. He states quite categorically that the man who denies the phenomena of spiritism today is not entitled to be called a skeptic. He is simply ignorant. And continues, modern scientists have an easy way of treating such phenomena, which consists in denying their existence and refusing to investigate. Such men would plug their ears against thunder and deny it if they could not account for it by reference to familiar laws. Such commitment would have been welcome to Sir William Crookes, but the existence of phenomena did not convince Dr. Hudson that it came through the agency of the spirits of the departed. His Orthodox Christian belief tended to militate against such an interpretation. There were, on the other hand, sincere and intelligent commentators, such as his near contemporary Frank Podmore, author of The Newer Spiritualism, 1910, who could accept the idea of communication with spirits, but because of his respect for the familiar laws of physical science, could not bring himself to accept the validity of seance room phenomena. It would take us far beyond our present purpose to review the complex question of spirit communication and whether or not any messages received in trance or other forms of psychic receptivity come from a disembodied mind, or by telepathic rapport from another person, or from the subjective mind of the individual involved. Suffice to say that any material obtained by these means should be judged upon its content rather than on any claims as to its ultimate source. One of the most remarkable of mediums as regards phenomena was Daniel Douglas Home. He was born in Edinburgh in 1833, but moved in childhood to America, where he lived with an aunt until 1850. When he started to practice as a spirit medium, first in America and then in England and Europe. He charged no money for his services, although he lived quite well as a result of them. through the friendship and patronage of influential and wealthy admirers. In addition to his mediumistic gifts, he was a reasonable musical performer, an excellent reciter of poetry, and a talented sculptor. He was, by all accounts, a man of considerable charm, and made two financially advantageous marriages before giving up his public activities in 1872. Shortly after his second marriage, his most remarkable seances were conducted in the 12 years up to this date. During his time as a medium in America from 1850 to 1855, he had been but one of a host of physical mediums, the Fox sisters and others such as Gordon, Cooley, Abbey, Warner, E.S. Fowler, all produced phenomena of the order of moving tables, the autonomous playing of musical instruments, and the appearance of spirit hands and faces. A typical professional seance would have first the production of raps and knocks, then vibration of the table, its levitation, touches on the hands of the sitters or of their dress beneath the table, and a simple mechanical instrument such as an accordion playing itself. If circumstances were favorable, there might follow the appearance of hands and arms, even heads in luminous clouds, movement of various articles, including furniture, from distant parts of the room, and a general distribution of flowers. Home was capable of even more spectacular phenomena, such as a polished table inclining at a steep angle where articles upon it remained in place. Occasionally, he would appear to become elongated or be carried bodily through the air above the heads of the sitters, touching them as he passed, or he would plunge his hands into the fire and walk about the room carrying a flaming coal. Such sessions were never under any very vigorous control conditions. Few details are recorded as to the placing of the sitters, let alone attempts at monitoring the movements of the medium. The light might be fairly good at the beginning when minor phenomena were taking place, with gas, light, or candles, but these were generally extinguished before any higher phenomena took place, where the fire screened or damped down. The general attitude of sitters in the 1860s and 70s was one of exalted excitement, partly religious and partly personal sentiment, stimulated by expectation of the messages of love and of consolation that they hoped would be relayed to them from deceased loved ones. We should remember that in those days of comparatively primitive medical science, there were considerably greater infant mortality than today, and husbands, wives, and sweethearts dying in comparative youth. Whilst cunningly phrased, spirit messages might well have been part of an unscrupulous medium's stock and trade. There was hardly need for any very sophisticated trickery when seekers were fervently willing to believe their own fond imaginations of the presence of their dear ones. Home encouraged a religious atmosphere by interspersing the phenomena with sermons and moral homilies, frequently invoking the name of Christ and the heavenly angels. He was also remarkable for the insights he showed to the lives of his sitters, although it has to be said that he was often on terms of close friendship with those for whom he gave sittings. He won the affection and respect of many eminent people, including Sir William Crookes, although the poet Robert Browning remained convinced that he was an impostor and lampooned him. Lampoon as Mr. Sludge, the medium. Yet there was never any direct evidence of Home ever creating in his production or phenomena. The substance of any case against him could only be on the circumstantial grounds that he might be a skilled conjurer who could dictate the conditions under which he worked. The substance of any case against him could only be on the circumstantial grounds that he might be a skilled conjurer who could dictate the conditions under which he worked before an audience of his own choosing, and with the further advantage that he need only procedure, he'd only produce his phenomena when he felt like it and circumstances were propitious. Sir William Crookes, in his researches in spiritualism, for instance, lays Home open to such a skeptical interpretation when he remarks, "The experiments I have tried have been very numerous, but owing to our imperfect knowledge of the conditions which favor or oppose the manifestations of this force, to the apparently capricious manner in which it is exerted, and to the fact that Mr. Home himself is subject to unaccountable ebbs and flows of the force, it has been but seldom happened that a result obtained on one occasion could be subsequently confirmed and tested with apparatus specially contrived for the purpose." In the same publication, Crookes also laid down some principles which ought to guide scientific research into seeking proof for the existence of supernormal physical forces. The spiritualist tells of flowers with the fresh dew on them, of fruit and living objects being carried through closed windows and even solid brick walls. The scientific investigator naturally asks that an additional weight, if it be only the thousandth part of a grain, be deposited on one pan of his balance. Hmm. The spiritualist tells of flowers with the fresh dew on them, of fruit and living objects being carried through closed windows and even solid brick walls. The scientific investigator naturally asks that an additional weight, if it be only the thousandth part of a grain, be deposited on one pan of his balance when the case is locked. And the chemist asks for the thousandth of a grain of arsenic to be carried through the sides of a glass tube in which pure water is hermetically sealed. Neither Sir William nor anybody else has managed to find this desired scientific proof. Yet, sometimes we are baffled by the circumstances that seem to militate against deliberate fraud. A case in point is the Reverend Stainton Moses, a pillar of the English establishment, an Oxford M.A., clergyman of the Church of England, English master in a public school, who in midlife blossomed forth as a spirit medium. He received a large number of philosophical spirit communications that he wrote up into various books, but these were accompanied by quite remarkable physical phenomena. That's funny. Goodness gracious. One more section turned into the longest section in the chapter. Yes, sir. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. In his sittings, brass candlesticks, plaster statuettes, flowers, and seed pearls were apported into the seance room. Pencils wrote by themselves. Good Lord, what are the chances? Spirit lights floated about. Perfumes came from his head. Strains of ethereal music could be heard, and sometimes he himself would levitate. All this was under quite casual and unscientific conditions. Complete darkness, a circle of close friends, no physical restraints, tests, or precautions of any kind, and most of the phenomena reported by himself. The argument against trickery in this instance is the character of the man. Even if one considers that he might have been tempted to try to spread belief in his new faith by a fraudulent demonstration of conjuring tricks, we are faced with the prospect of an extraordinary psychological abnormality on his part. After Home retired, there was no immediate successor to match his abilities, and between 1870 and 1890, the movement entered a new phase. Sitters became more skeptical in attitude and insisted on holding the medium's hands or imposing more severe measures of restraint. On the other hand, it became the trend for circles to be held in almost complete darkness, with the medium seated in a cabinet with the intention of producing ectoplasmic materializations. This was the high period for spirit photography and slate writing. messages written on two slates bound together with a first piece of chalk inside it. It was also a period marked by frequent exposures of fraud, of double exposed photographs, trick slates, spirit lights, phosphorized oil, muslin passing for ectoplasm, false beards, stuffed spirit hands, and the deft manipulation of hidden apparatus with threads or hairs by hand or foot. The subject began to fall into increasing disrepute, and after experimenting with several mediums, a distinguished committee of psychical researchers came to the conclusion that psychic phenomena deteriorated in proportion to the precautions that were taken to prevent trickery, until a point was reached when manifestations disappeared altogether. The Society for Psychical Research, on its foundation in 1882, to avoid fraud, declined to undertake experiments with professional mediums. It invited the cooperation of private persons with similar powers, but received little response. Then Eusapia Palladino appeared, a semi literate Italian peasant woman who had apparently possessed remarkable mediumistic powers since adolescence. From 1892 onwards, she appeared before a series of investigating committees in England, France, and Italy that included distinguished scientists such as Madame Curie on the one hand, and a practical conjurers and fraud hunters on the other. She proved capable of conscious and deliberate fraud on occasion, and also rejected or evaded a number of tests and displayed a rooted antipathy for scientific apparatus of any kind. Nonetheless, much of her phenomena was not only impressive, but seemed impossible, seemed unimpeachable. Nonetheless, much of her phenomena was not only impressive, but seemed unimpeachable. That's a reputation. It therefore seems inconclusive to try to sift the evidence of remarkable cases, and if the trend in the spiritualist movement, in any case, began to move away from the production of startling phenomena by a few remarkable individuals. It may thus prove more productive if we turn our attention to the evidence of one or two practicing mediums closer to our own time who seem to demonstrate intelligence, common sense, and personal integrity, and who are familiar with all aspects of seance room phenomena. It immediately becomes apparent that some of the conditions required for success run counter to the attitude of mind and conditions of working that scientific committees, quite understandably, will want to impose. For instance, Ursula Roberts, in her booklet Hints on Mediumistic Development, insists that the medium should be free of all worry and responsibility while the sitting is in progress. They should be allowed to fall into trance, go to sleep, or simply rest. If he or she feels uncomfortable in one chair, should be allowed to sit in another. This is because any tension within the frame mm, mm, mm. This is because any tension within the medium, whether in body, mind, or emotion, will inhibit the release of ectoplasmic force upon which the success of the sitting depends. If the sitters and medium cannot trust one another, then there is no point in having a sitting in the first place. If the sitters and medium cannot trust one another, then there is no point in having a sitting in the first place. An atmosphere of patience, kindness, cheerfulness, and complete freedom from suspicion is the keynote for success. These conditions, of course, approximate to the seances of the heyday of spiritualism, which were also aided by religious fervor and unanimous expectation. A potent formula that does not necessarily imply fraud, even if it may be open to the risk of some element of self deception, as in magical operation. So often reiterated by Dion Fortune, it is necessary to believe implicitly in what one is doing at the time and reserve critical analysis until afterward. Phoebe Payne seems also worth consulting. Her informed and sincere book, Man's Latent Powers, appeared just before Dion Fortune embarked upon the circuit of force. She states that physical phenomena, which have been so exhaustively pursued in research, will either attract or repel the general inquirer. So, apart from being a possible means of convincing a wavering materialist, there is not a great deal of point in seeking experience of it. The simplest form and the easiest is to produce. The simplest form and the easiest to produce is table turning. But when it comes to receiving messages, this method can prove to be laborious and considerably tedious. The practice usually starts with a few friends sitting around a light table and placing their hands upon it. In the hope that something may happen. Before long, light tremors in the table may be felt, probably due to involuntary slight muscular spasms in the arms of those involved. This may well appear to beginners to the to be the beginning of serious phenomena, and if they emotionally welcome it, their positive response will encourage the start of real phenomena. The slight movements may then increase in volume until there is a very noticeable degree of motion. A very noticeable degree of motion. It is not easy to determine where the subjective physical state ends and genuine psychic phenomena begins. To clairvoyant sight, etheric emanations from the sitter's hands will quickly blend into a film covering the whole of the tabletop, and the concentration of interest will cause individual auras. Mm-mm-mm. To clairvoyant sight, etheric emanations from the sitter's hands will quickly blend into a film covering the whole tabletop, and the concentration of interest will cause individual auras to fuse into a unified psychic field. In the case of a serious group that is well developed through practice, together, Phoebe Payne reports seeing the buildup of a kind of rod or cantilever in etheric matter drawn from all present that stretches from the foot or leg of the medium under the table to assist its tilting. This is very much like the kind of device that, in physical terms, would be considered fraudulent practice. In more run of the mill groups, however, any table movement is the consequence of automatic muscular movements of the sitters activated through their subjective minds. At more advanced levels, there are various types of manifestation, which might be listed as levitation, apports, precipitation, slate writing, spirit photography, and direct voice phenomena. In Phoebe Payne's view, which includes clairvoyant perception, these invariably require the involvement of skilled and powerful inner helpers of one kind or another working upon the etheric levels. Okay, so there we have it. That concludes the reading for today. We've gone for 4 hours. This was a long ass chapter indeed. Kashiki Peace, long chapter. Yeah, we're going to cut it right here. We'll continue the rest of it later. And essentially, I will see you all tomorrow. Oops. Tomorrow Eve, I will see you. All right. Tonight has been fun. Lots of wonderful information. A few gems to ruminate upon. Mothra says, Trev, LOL, isn't this midday for you? Typically. Typically. I don't have a consistent schedule. I've never had a consistent schedule. Generally, I am a late night, overnight person. Generally. But tonight, I need to go ahead and hit that soft bed. I'm going to keep it real with you. Usually I'm late night, but then I'll get around to staying up for like 48 hours, and that kind of sets things. It's a weird schedule, man. It's a weird schedule. It's not a schedule. It's just I don't even know what to call it. But it works for me. For some reason, Friday nights I like to stay up, and then it gets to Saturday, and it's like I have to go to sleep, or else I won't be able to do the live stream. In any case, it would be in my best interest to go ahead and conclude our session. Author says, going live AM or PM tomorrow, or don't know yet. It definitely is not going to be an AM. I'll tell you that right now. It will definitely not be an AM. If it's going to be an AM, it's going to be a Monday AM. But we'll be safe with a Sunday PM. Chicano says, get that beauty prana sleep. Maybe some sleepwalking. Yeah, man, I'm going to tap into this somnambulism. Which, I mean, I think there might be something to that, right? Because we all know that there is this state where, like, when you're first waking up and you're not totally awake yet, or like when you don't move your body and your mind's awake, maybe that's close to the state that they're talking about with this somnambulistic state. Because as I'm thinking about this, it can't possibly be all sleepwalking. I think that what they're talking about is that state where you're like in between waking up and going to sleep. But yeah. I got a full book list. I got some holy water to bless and to test out on. Make some Kool-Aid with some holy water. Might go to the gas station and bless all of the Fiji waters. But yeah, we're done with it for today. We'll come back to it tomorrow or another day. Appreciate you all. This has been a wonderful night. And that's that. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace. I'm definitely sleepy. Yep. I usually don't like to tell the general public when I'm going to sleep because I prefer not to have visitors on the astral plane. But hey, you can't always predict the weather. Can't always predict the weather. All right, y'all. Peace out. Have a great life. See you again next time. Peace to you, Ganesh. Ashe to the Akash element.